Hey! Hi everyone! Welcome back to this stream. It's been quite a while. I think maybe 1 year without stream on this channel. So why do I stream now? Because we're trying something. We're trying to join the TheShorterTheBetter GameJam. So maybe let me show you the GameJam instructions. Yeah. So it's a game jam about making a short game. Of course, if there's any, the sound might be a bit too loud for you. If there is any audio technical issues, please tell me in the chat quickly so that I can fix it. So we are joining the Shorter the Better Game Jam on each. Can I get it? Yep. Okay. Here we go. So this is the Shorter the Better Game Jam. The theme is supernatural. What is the Game Jam? The Game Jam is you have to make a game that cannot last more than 5 minutes. The game shouldn't be longer than 5 minutes. If it's shorter, it's better. That's the title of the of the game jam. So obviously, and what about the game jam? The game must tell a story. So I wasn't sure about what this meant. So I asked, and they made a FAQ section with some information about that. So what they mean by narrative is you should have a story in the game. So there even if it's only 5 minutes, it's not like a gameplay based game that they want. They don't want skilled games. Hey Badmosh in the chat, what's up? So yeah, they want a 5 minute maximum game. What else? The game must only have one ending, so you cannot do games with a lot of different endings and it's really short, but then you have a lot of replayability. You cannot use that to cheat the 5 minutes thing. So it's really 5 minutes and then you cannot really replay. There's only one ending. So yeah, that's pretty restrictive, but that's part of the constraint. What's up? We are joining a game jam. We are joining the Shorter the Better game jam. I'm explaining a bit the concept of the game jam. Then the game must be playable on each via web. So we must so that people can be able to play without having to download anything. And the main theme is supernatural. That was a really bad thing for me because initially I joined this game jam because I was like, wait, I can, because right now I'm making a minigame based game, like a minigame collection game. That's my main project. And I was like, wait, I can join a game jam so that I can just make a mini game for my main game. That was the idea. And then they announced the theme for the game jam, which is supernatural, which does not fit at all with my game, like the game that I want to make. So I cannot really use that theme in my game, but I'm not going to make a mini game anymore. I have a way to make it fit, and it's a clever one. I'm glad of the idea I got. I searched for an idea for a really long time. I searched for an idea for this game jam for like 2 days. I wanted to stream at the start of the game jam. Then they announced this theme, and I was like, okay, I don't know for a day. But now we have a theme. Wait, did the music stop? Let's have the music back. Okay. So that's the idea. So today we are just setting things up. I'm going to use Godot engine, of course. It's already opened. Everything is there. But yeah. But so let me tell you my idea. The idea is a bit strange, but the idea is to use the out-of-body experience thing. So that's the supernatural effect that I'm going to use. So you're going to start the game in first person, and then you're going to have a out-of-body experience where you see the game in third person, as if you were playing The Sims, but it's you are the one you're seeing, so it's an out-of-body experience. That's the main concept, and we're going to try to make it work. So the character is just going to be just a person in an apartment getting really bored, you know? It's going to be just one person, first person, in an apartment getting really bored, and then you switch to third person. We have only 5 minutes of gameplay, so we have to use like maybe 3 minutes of getting bored, playing a first person walking simulator, looking at objects and stuff like that. And then boom, you go back, you have an out-of-body experience. We are going to use some trippy effects, also stuff like that, and boom, you see yourself third person, and then we I don't know, I'm not sure yet about the ending, but yeah, that's, I want to go into that direction. I know that we have great things. If we go that path, we can access great things, I'm sure. Let's try to start something, if you want. Okay. I'm going to get that out of the way. How are you, everyone? Let's just start with a main scene. Okay. So that's going to be the main scene. Boom. I gotta go work on some stuff. Hope the game jam goes well. Okay, cool. I have a nice one, Badmosh. Okay. So yeah, I just created the main scene. We might just start with the first person controller. Should I create things from scratch or should I use existing things? I don't know. I never know. Because when you use existing assets, the issue is you don't really know how they work, and you might spend more time on learning how to use the asset than just making the thing work. Let's see if they have good stuff. Yeah, no, we're I think we're going to try to make something. Okay. Yeah, we're going to try to create it from scratch. Okay, it's been a while since I done some third person stuff, first person stuff. Okay, so what should we do? Maybe just start by adding some like ground and stuff like that, and to be able to start moving. Okay, so that's going to be the ground. Let's add what's up with that. I already added some. Wait. Oh yeah, yeah. I need a static body for that. Cool. Okay, so now let's add the main character, which will be just we're going to start pretty slow here, and then we're going to complicate stuff as we go forward. Just a mesh to visualize where the character is going to be. I need to create a node for the character. That's going to be the character. Player. Let's just call it character because it's not going to be the player later on. Character. Okay. Let's put that in here. Okay. Now let's make it controllable. So to make it controllable, we need a rigid body or some kind of body. Which one? Character body. It. And we need to have a shape in here. Okay, let's add a collision shape. 3D. And the collision shape is going to be the same. Nice. Oh, they want it at the root. Okay, why not? Okay. Pretty good. We need a camera. So what kind of camera do we want? Of course, we want a camera for the character. Like that. Okay. And then if we want to move, we need some basic stuff. I have ads. Get a ad blocker. We cannot remove ads from, like, Twitch forces ad onto us. We cannot remove them. And that's really annoying, but it's either that or you don't have any, like, a lot of features are removed if you want to remove the ads, because you cannot be partner or I don't know what they call it. So yeah, if you want to use the Steam, they put ads on your stream. Okay, so we have some ground and we need some objects to be able to see if we are moving or not. So let's add some cubes or something like that. Okay, just a box here. It's levitating. And let's duplicate this one. And put it here. Okay. Maybe let's put more boxes. So that we know we are moving around. Do you want to be Twitch partner? I don't know. Right now I'm affiliate, I think. I just want people to be able to use the stream. Hey, thanks for following Oxeron Pymox. Thanks for following. Yeah, I just want to be able to like use the Twitch features, you know? Like people in the chat being able to send, I don't know what were the features. But there are, yeah, oh yeah, the being able to change the stream resolutions, for instance. Can you do that? No. It seems like my stream is not popular enough to have this feature yet. Okay, so now we need to be able to control this little thing here. So we are going to have a simple way of controlling it for now and try to improve it later. Vertical streaming. I think I'm never going to use vertical streaming. Wait, can we have this inside the game? That game. I want you to be able to see the game. Okay, cool. So that way you can see the game. The game is pretty bad because we have no light, we have no environment. Let's just add some environment just to be able to, or just a light, a directional light to be able to see stuff. Okay. And maybe just another light, omni light. So if it has been asked before, but what are you making this box for? This box, don't worry about asking questions. I like answering them, so don't worry about wondering if people asked before or not. So yeah, the boxes are there because we want to be able to move the little character. This is supposed to be the character, this. So we want to move it, but if we only have the ground, we cannot really know if it's working or not because there's no texture on the ground. So that's a way to position ourselves relatives to them, you know? That's why I'm also adding a light, multiple light sources to make it a bit more believable of what's going on. Is it me or is this not working as expected? Yeah, it's a bit strange. Okay, let's see how it looks. Yeah, it's a bit better like that. Okay, we also need an environment because right now we don't have any. Just to make things look a bit more believable, like a bit less bland. But we are not polishing right now, it's just to have fun while we make it. Like just a basic sky map. Sky. Yeah? What do you mean color? I want a sky. Oh, there it is. And we want to create a procedural sky. No? What's going on? This should work. Oh, okay. Okay, now we have a normal sky. Cool. So now we want to be able to move the character. So we have a first person view because we put the camera inside the character, so that's working. But now we want to be able to move that character. So what we are going to do is make that as a scene. Okay, we're going to call that character. So now we have a character scene. We can even rename it so that it's just a character. Let's rename it here too. Okay, so now we have just a scene with our character. Now we can create a script for it. So here's the script. And now we can start doing stuff. So we're going to make really... So my design philosophy when I make stuff is just make it work, make something work, and then maybe redo some stuff if there's clever ways of doing it or stuff like that. So yeah, I like to make the thing like it's always a prototype. We are always working on the next prototype version of the idea, and iterating on top of that to make things better and better and better. That's how I like to work. Okay, so for instance here we're just going to try to make it move just a little bit to see if things are working as expected. So I think what we want, it's always tricky. Do we want to do stuff in the physics process or in the process? We are... I think we want to go into the physics process. Let's try that. So we are going to check if they used the inputs. So input, action, press, and then I'm going to, for now, to use the UI direction keys. So UI left, UI right, and stuff like that. You also have a way to create an axis. So get axis, and then I think you can have, yeah, you can have negative action, positive action. So you can get axis for X and Y. So for instance, UI left will be the negative. So when they press left, they have a negative value. And UI right will have a positive value. So this gives you a number between, I think between -1 and 1 of the direction they are pressing on the keyboard. So that's cool. Then we can do the same thing for up and down, because we have UI up and UI down. So why the UI here stands for? It stands for user interface. So we are going to use the same keys as the default Godot keys for using the interface in the game, like the menus and stuff like that. It's not always the best solution, because maybe sometimes you want to be able to remap to controller input and stuff like that. But right now it's for GameJam. We're going to just try to make it work first. So here I might prefer UI down to be negative and UI up to be positive. Okay, those axes, we have the X and Y axis. We can put everything into a vector 2, or yeah, or even better, a vector 3. So we want to map the command to the right axis. So let's look at the 3D model here. We can see that the camera is facing... Well, let's ignore the camera. Let's just try to see. So we have the X axis and the Z axis. Those are the one we need to use. And then the camera is wrongly placed. We can change that. can take the camera and put it in the right direction, like that. Okay, so X is going to be to go. Oh, I don't like how they use the axis, to be honest with you. Yeah, no, I don't like it. Anyways, let's use this. Okay, so X is this direction and Z is not the direction I would use, honestly. I don't like those axes. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, we are going to use X as the up down and Z as the left right, which is not intuitive at all, but yeah. Okay. And then for the Y value, you don't want anything because you are not jumping yet. And for the Z value, that might work. Okay, so that's the movement vector. That's going to change, okay? But for now, let's call it that way. Movement direction, let's say. Okay, we want to make our character move. So we have some function for that. Move and slide, move and collide, move and slide might be the best. Let's try to do that. So move and slide moves the body based on velocity. If the body collides with another, it will slide along the other body rather than stop immediately. If the other body is a character body 3D or rigid body 3D, it will also be affected by the motion. Okay. This method should be used in physics process. That's exactly what we are doing. Cool. So let's do that. Move and slide, what do we need? We need... Wait. We don't need anything? They use the velocity vector? Okay. Interesting. A common mistake is setting this property to the desired velocity multiplied by delta, which produces a motion vector. Okay, so we don't want to use delta here. So you know what? Let's just set velocity to the movement. Set velocity equals movement there. Let's see how that works. So let's run the game. Okay. So we can move. That's what we've done. We can move the... And see the boxes. You were asking Constantin what the boxes were for. If there were no boxes, that will be the test right now. So it will not be really helpful. So the boxes are a way to know that we are actually moving. Cool. So it's indeed working. We don't have any like inertia or anything, but that's a good start. We need to be able to move the cursor, so that's an important thing. Also, right now I'm only able to use the arrow keys. I'm not able to use the WASD keys. So that's normal. For that, you need to go into the project settings and I think it's input. Yeah, it's input, but you need to show built-in actions and add to the UI up, UI left. Yeah, here you need to add UI left, and here you can enter the input. Okay, and you have to be really focused here because you need to include physical. You don't want to include key code, because you want to have the physical position of the key. Because in some keyboard, this would not be the A. For instance, WASD, this is A in English keyboards, but for me it's a Q. Okay, let's do the same for right. Let's do the same for up. And let's do the same for down. Okay. We should be good. Let's close that. Let's try again. Yeah, and now we can use the WASD keys. Cool. Okay, so next we need to be able to move our mouse and be able to move the camera view. So that's going to be a bit tricky because it will change the way we need to handle movement and stuff like that. But for now, let's just get started with capturing the cursor. We need to capture the cursor. How should we do that? I think the best will be to use the input event and try to see if there was a click, or just capture directly. Let's try to just capture directly the cursor. So I think what you can do is I think it's captured. Mouse mode captures. That's the one. So how do we change the mouse mode? Just input mouse mode. Let's try that. So input dot mouse mode equal mouse mode captured. Do not start a game right now. Do not start a game right now because you might be soft locking your computer because you're going to capture the mouse and not able to maybe close the game. So what we have to do is a way to be able to exit this state. How to exit this state? We can check if the player used the escape key, for instance. So let's just have a test for that. So input event, if event action is action pressed, escape. So UI console, I think. Let's see if UI console use escape. Be sure. UI console, yeah, it's escape. So if they use escape, what are we going to do? Then we can just give the mouse back. Mouse mode, mouse visible. Will that work? I think. Okay, that's good to know. So now we should be able to capture the mouse and then release it. But we want to be able to recapture the mouse. So we want to check if else if the event is a mouse related event. So if event is mouse input button and event pressed, and we want a particular button. We want the button to be the left button. So I think it's this button index. Yeah, button index, and we want the button index to be mouse button left. So button index equal mouse button left. And event is pressed. So now we are just checking if they are actually clicking anywhere in the game. And that way we know that we need to capture again. So that's the signal to capture the mouse again. Let's try that. So we start a game. The mouse is captured right now. I don't see my mouse anywhere. And then escape doesn't do any. Oh yeah, escape give me back. And then clicking. Yep, clicking. Give it to me back. Okay, cool. So it works. That's perfect. Now we need to move the camera around based on information from the mouse. That's easy, to be honest, because we can check. Look, the Godot documentation is really good. We can have the input event mouse motion relative here, and this gives us exactly what we need. So if the event is an input event mouse motion, then we just get the motion. So we're going to write out. So we can call another function to reset the camera, for instance. What we're going to do is just print the information to see what we have to work with. So we are working with mouse. What was the? Yeah, screen relative. Or just relative. Let's try to use relative first. Let's go. So now if you look bottom of my screen, you can see a vector, which means we have two data point, left and right. If I move left, I have a negative x value. If I move right, I have a positive x value. If I move up, I have negative y, and if I move down, I have positive y. So that's what we're going to use. Okay. Okay. How do we use that? I think what we could do is first, you know what? Let's see if we have to. Do we move the camera from here? Yeah, you know what? Let's. So we have two choices: either to put that into a variable and accumulate the changes, and then every frame we update based on that, or we just call a function here and do that here. So yeah, let's move camera based on this event. We don't have any move camera function, so we need to create one. So function move camera, and that is going to be based on the movement value. So move vector. Okay, or maybe delta. No, that's already used. Okay, move vector. Let's tell Godot I'm using a vector 2 here. That way they know what to do with it. Okay, so what do we want? We want to take our camera. So let's go back here. Our camera is called camera 3D. Let's just rename it camera, because this is the character camera. We can, if we want, access that as a unique name. That way, if we ever move the camera in the scene, we can just not have to change all the code. So how does that work? You just right click here and use access as a unique name. I was not using that at all before, and then I had a post from a maintainer. I saw a post from a maintainer on Blue Sky saying, oh, not a lot of people are using this feature we made. And I was like, wait, but I didn't know about this amazing feature. That's a really cool feature because you can just call the node here like that without having to use the path from here. So it's just camera, but you have to use a unique name. So this is the camera. There will be no other camera in the scene. Name camera, maybe another camera, but it will have another name. So this camera, we want to rotate it. So let's just do a basic rotation. So we're going to have a rotation X and Y. Wait. Maybe just manipulate the rotation vector. Okay. So the rotation is a bit complicated because we don't want the camera to rotate a way we don't want. Let's just try it first. Rotation plus equal move vector. You know what? Wait, we need rotation X plus equal move vector X. So that's pretty easy. We're going to have to deal with strange stuff for the Y axis because we don't want the Y axis to exceed some values. Let's show you. Right now the camera is here. The camera, you can show the rotations. We chose a rotation for Y of 90 degrees here. If we look up, the X value is going to change here. But well, that's not what I expect. Yeah, of course. Okay. So the X value is going to change here and the Y value is going to change here. But what we don't want this. We don't want the Z value to change. The Z value should always stay 0 so that the camera doesn't do that kind of movement. Okay, so we only change X and Y, but even X, when we change it, if we go too far, we have the Z value that goes 180. I don't know if you see that. So we want the X-axis to be bound. We don't want to be too far up. Same thing for down. We don't want to cross a limit. So the best will be to limit it. So for that we can use the clamp value, the clamp function, and we're going to clamp it using radians. I work with radians most of the time, which are another measure of angle. So here I am using plus equal. I'm just adding this value here, but here I'm going to create a new value based on the previous value and using the clamp function to just clamp the value. So it's going to be that plus the Y movement vector. So what will be the minimum? It's going to be something between pi, minus pi and pi, but I don't want to be able to look too low. So 7/8, for instance, of pi. this is completely random, just to be clear. Okay. And we don't want things to be random, so what we're going to do, that's a good coding practice. If you have a random number like that, just create a variable or a constant. So vertical angle, vertical view bound. Okay. And we can just use that. Okay, let's try that. Let's try. Okay, that's crazy. Okay. That's a bit too much, but you know what? That's normal because we're using radians. So even 1 pixel is a lot. So let's go back and change this. What we want is speed, mouse sensibility, value, and we're going to put it at 0.1. And we just have to multiply that by the mouse sensibility. And you know what? Let's multiply it before. That way we only have to do that once. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, so the X value is working correctly. The Y value is not. So let's see what's up with that. Oh, that yeah, that's obvious. I did not put a minus here. Okay, that's still not as I would want. What's happening here? Let's see. Oh, the rotation Y is already minus 90. Is that the issue? Oh, of course. I'm using the wrong value in the calculation. Okay. Nice. We are going somewhere. I think it's backwards, but some people like it that way. Some people like the Y vector being inverted, but I don't like it. The bound is not working as I would want. I think we need to divide that by 2. I forgot that. I forgot to do that. Okay, and this should be working now. Yep, exactly as you would expect. But something's wrong now. First, the sensibility is way too high. So let's change that. Okay, and secondly, there's an issue here. We don't want to check this if the mouse is not captured. So we need to check if the mouse is captured. Okay. Okay, so now if I quit the game, it's not applying the movement anymore. I don't like having edges here like that, so I'm going to instantly go in and add some MSAA settings. Wait, is it not here? 3D. Rendering. It's some sort of anti-aliasing. Aliasing? Did they move that? MSAA? Oh no, it's here. Yeah, we're going to put 2 times at least. Yeah, that's already better. Cool. Shadows are pretty ugly, but that's not the focus here. Okay. For the movement is not working anymore. Right now I'm going forward, but I'm pressing on forward, but I'm going backwards. It's because we need to have the movement related to the view and not related to the character. So let's go back. Okay. So, sorry, I was checking stuff. Okay, so the camera is here, okay? But when we're going to move the camera around and we keep the player going forward, when we press forward, it's not going to be accurate based on the camera position. So what we need to do is the movement direction to change it based on the camera rotation. The camera is already rotated right now, but it's not a big deal. So there's multiple ways of doing that. What I'm going to do is just rotate this vector based on that. I think rotate. Can I just rotate, or is it rotated? Yeah, okay. So that's going to be input direction. And then we're going to multiply to get the rotated version. So rotated, oh wait, we also need to make sure it's not greater than 1. So input dir, we need to make max written. So if input dir length is greater than 1, then we just use the normalized value. That way we cannot have a greater than 1 input direction. Okay, now this input direction, we're going to put it here and get a rotated value based on our camera rotation, but not the direct camera position, because we only want the X value for our need. Wait, the X value? No, the Y value. We only want the Y value. Okay, so let's go back here. We take our camera and the Y value of the rotation. Okay, and then we can rotate this based on this vector. Okay. Oh no, that's not at all how that works. Vector 3 up. Okay, that works. So we have the rotated vector. We can try that, but I want to add a setting for the speed. So let's add a speed value, a max speed value. Yeah, let's do that. That might be too much. 10 is cool. So we're going to just multiply the direction by the max speed. Let's start. So we only issue is we are 90 degrees off because our camera was set up to have 90 degrees off by default. If you look here, we already have 90 degrees off. So we need to add that, take that into consideration. So we're just going to add pi divided by 4, I think. Oh no, pi divided by 2. Yeah. That works. Cool. Cool. Nice. So that's a start. We have we officially have a first-person controller now, with the mouse being able to move, the movement here from our keyboard. So that's a good first step. What I advise you of doing is, when you are happy about anything, when you are like, hey, that kind of works, you know, just commit, just make a commit. Use the use Git and make a commit, because you never know if the game will ever get back to a stage where you think it's good. The game could be, you can completely ruin it. I had a project when I was still a child. I was like 16 or something, and I was working on a project using a 2D library to make 3D shapes like cubes and stuff like that. And I was going somewhere, like I had something pretty good. I exported the project to show it to someone. It was nice. And then I never was able to do anything with that project ever again. I had no saves, and I tried to refactor some stuff, and I destroyed my project, and it was so devastating. I did not want to go back and fix everything, so I ended up not working on this project anymore. If you regularly just commit to a versioning system, it will make your life really easier, because you can just go back if things do not, if everything breaks, you can just go back to the stage it was before, you know. So yeah, that's my advice to you. So let's do that. I'm going to initiate the Git init. Git add everything, and git commit with the message. What will be the message? First working version. It's not really a working version. First commit. FPS controller. Good. And that's it. We committed. Everything is saved now. Cool. So let's continue. Okay. What do we want to do now? What do we want to do? Jump? I don't know if I want my character to jump. What should we do? We could test collisions. That could be cool. So let's add some collisions to those shapes. Yep. Let's do that. Cool. Yep. Collisions are working. Yeah, we might want to add some inertia. Okay. So yeah, why not? Let's do that. Let's add some inertia. Inertia. So, how should we do that? We should change the velocity. I don't want the change in velocity to be FPS related. But I do not remember how to make that work correctly. I think it's move toward. Wait. Is it what I think? I think yes. You know what? Let's try it. Will that work? Let me think. This is the change in velocity is based on delta. So if you press the key to go left, the speed will increase based on delta. I think this might work. Let's try it. Okay, it works, but we are on ice right now. Okay, my question was is it frame rate dependent? I think it's not. But it's way too... Yeah, it's way too glidey. Let's change that. Okay, so we need this to be... So, transition speed. No, yeah, transition. No. Velocity transition duration. Velocity transition duration. And this is going to be new velocity, not max velocity. And transition duration, we need that to be really fast. So we need to divide the delta, which is in second, by the transition duration, I think. Wait, because no. That should be a measure of length. So that's not a duration, that's a speed. I think. Yeah, that's how many meters per second I want. How many meters per second do I want? Oh, that's not a speed, that's an acceleration. Okay. So in 1 second, I need to change the speed of 10, of a value of 10. That's what that means. Let's try it. Oh no. What? Oh, there's an issue here. There's a big issue here. What's going on? Yeah, I can use the vector and that's going to be better. I was using float functions. So it was separating the X and Y component, and it was making a bad feel to the input. Doesn't work anymore. What's going on? Oh wait, does that? Yeah, that gives a vector, so I need to make this one equals to the result. Let's try again. That's pretty good. That's still a bit too strange the way you stop. But what we could do is to have the deceleration and acceleration different vectors. So if you are pressing buttons, no, this is still way too glidey. Let's increase that. Maybe not 1000, maybe 150. Yeah, there's not really any acceleration anymore. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah. Okay, I think I like how that works. Just for the sake of it, to be sure things are working correctly, I'm just going to change the frame rate of the game and see if it changes the feel much. So we can check the frame rate here. That's not the best way. Can we just display the frame rate somewhere? Huh. I never had to do that before. Oh, we can just display that using a function. Okay, so this is 120 FPS, okay. I'm testing the inertia values. Okay, so now let's set the max FPS value. There's 10 FPS. There is not a big difference. At that point, you might feel a difference, but you cannot do anything about it. But you're not supposed to see a big difference, you know? The difference does not scale. That's what we want. We don't want We don't want to have a different experience based on the FPS value. So let's try like 90. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's try again. But since the physics process doesn't change, shouldn't change anyway. Yep, I think it's pretty similar. Okay. The speed is way too much. Where do I change the speed? Max speed? 10? That's a bit too much. Let's make it 7. Cool. So now you have inertia. That way, for instance, if you change direction, you have to work towards it. That's a good feeling. Cool. Only issue I have is if I go and look around something, I have those jitters. And I think I know why. I think it's because we rotate the camera only when I have an input information. But we want to rotate that at each frame. So we need the rotation to be using a twin. A twin, yeah. So let's save. Let's add. Let's create a new commit. So we're going to add everything and commit with the message inertia. Okay. Next, what we want is, what did we say? Yeah, we want to use some smoothing of the camera. Right now it's moving only when the mouse is doing stuff. We want it to be moving always. So what we're going to do is just a little smoothing. We're going to create a twinner. So camera twin. Okay, this camera twin is going to be used to twin those values X and Y here. So what we're going to do is to create a new rotation value, new rotation or rotation target. Okay, rotation target. Okay, that's the rotation target. And this is just a vector tree. Okay. Then this rotation target, we can just change the Y value to be the camera rotation Y minus move vector X, and the rotation target X to be this one. Okay. So now we are not moving the camera anymore, but we are creating a new vector to move towards. So we are going to get our camera twin. The camera twin is not initialized yet, so if the camera twin exists, we need to kill it. Okay, but it's not initialized yet, so it will not be killed. It just doesn't exist. Now we create it. So create twin. What this is going to do is, if we did not finish the last twin, it will kill it and create a new one. That's really useful. That way you don't have to wait for the twin to end. So now we can twin the property. Twinning is interpolating, if you don't know. So now we can twin the property rotation from the camera. So we need to select the right object, the camera, and change its rotation value. And change it with a final value of our rotation target. And that's going to be interesting. What is the duration? So how much time do you expect between each input from the player? What we're going to do is expect that it's going to be spanning a full frame. So we're just going to make it 1/60th, thinking that maybe they're using a 60 FPS monitor. The thing is, it's not that important because it's going to be frequently resetted. You don't want this value to be too fast, or you will still have the issue where you see things like it stops, you know. You even want that to be a bit bigger than what you expect. So maybe 1/30th of a second. But the more you change that, the more latency you might have. So that's the thing. Okay. Cool. Let's try this. Yeah, so now the camera is way smoother, but it's a bit slow. So what we can do to change that, you know what, is to, yeah, we can just create the rotation target here. We can just do that here and have it as a separate value. So that's the rotation target is going to be a new value here. We want that to be the same as the camera, so we're going to use the onReady to initiate it to the rotation value of the camera. Okay, so now what we are going to do is use this value as the value we changed. So now we only use this value, the rotation target, as the camera position, and the camera is just going to follow with a bit of latency our target, but that way we are going to have the speed is the same as before. What do you mean? Oh yeah, okay. That's, yeah, that's perfect. That way it's going to be really smooth, because if your mouse is not giving enough data point, it will just interpolate between them. So is it still doing this? Yes, it's still doing this. Why is this happening? It's doing it less than before. That's a bit strange. You see what I mean? It feels like it's going forward, like there's some jittering on the shape. Why is it doing that? Is it only when I rotate the camera? It's when I move and rotate? That's strange. So we are going to rename that move camera target. Okay, and now we are going to have a new function to update the camera. Rotation. Nope, that doesn't fix it. Okay. Let's just not do that then. Mm-hmm. Hey! Hi in the chat. I'm trying to debug a strange visual issue. That shouldn't be that important. I should not do that. But for some reason, when I move around a cube, you might not be able to see that. But when... Oh wait, that's just some physics. Oh, that's just some physics bullshit. I'm so stupid. Yeah, that's just physics stuff. Because the screen is running 120 and the physics server is running slower. I think that's the reason. Is it about the shadow? No, it was about the look of the cube when I move around it. So yeah, hi. We're working on a GameJam project. The GameJam name is called The Shorter The Better. Can I get it? Yeah, that's it. So that's the GameJam. The shorter the better. And the idea is you have to make a game that will last no longer than 5 minutes, that must tell a story. So it should be a narrative game, a narrative 5-minute game, and the main theme is supernatural. There was a modifier, silence, but I'm not intending on using it. Maybe it will fit, I don't know, but I'm not intending on using it. So what I'm trying to do right now is to so we've just started because I had no idea for this game jam. It already started 2 days ago, but I had no ideas at all. But then I had an idea, so we started today. We are just setting things up for now. It's not going to be a long stream. And my idea was to make a game about out-of-body experience. So you're going to be able to to play in first-person mode the game like that, and then something will happen and you will go into third-person mode and have an out-of-body experience. That's the concept, the core concept of the game. Yeah, so what we've done is just a first person, a working, nice first. It's a bit too fast. Let me change the speed of the character. A working first person controller. Yeah, it's still a bit too fast. That's too slow now. So yeah, that's what we've been working on. And it's working. I capture the mouse. I capture the mouse. I have the camera movement working. I have the movement itself from user input working. And that's a good start. I have collisions working. And yep, we have, yeah, and now we can do stuff. I've never seen backstage of game development. Oh, cool. Well, welcome into the backstage of game development. If you have any question, feel free to ask. I've been making games for quite a while now, so I kind of know how this works. Crazy to see you going in code, changing things in direct. Yeah. We can do whatever we want. We are we are God. Like we are God. Like that's really what's cool about it. We can do everything we want. If we want that to be taller, we can just change that, play the game, and that's it. That's changed. If we want, we can add jump to the game. I don't know if I want to have jump or not, but if we want, we can. We just have to go into the script. We just have to go into, for instance, the physics process, check if the character is on the ground, so is on the floor, and if it's on the floor and we are pressing a button, so for instance space, so you are, I think, do we have space? No, we don't have space, so let me just add that to UI accept. Oh yeah, we have a space. Okay, so we can use this event, so this input event, if action press UI accept, then what do? We jump, so we push towards up, so we are going to apply a force. Do they have that? Center. Wait, maybe they don't have that for the character body. Yeah, I'm using Godot. So what's pretty cool is you can just press Control on your keyboard and click most of the keywords and have the documentation right there inside out your software. So for instance, here I'm using a character body, and I have all the functions that I could use. Okay. Huh. How do I apply a force on this? I have, yeah, yeah. Usually I use a rigid body and I can apply a force, but I cannot do that here, so... Huh. Mm. Okay. Let's try something. Let's try something. Velocity dot z equals 10. Okay, let's try that. Oh no, that's not the right vector. No, yeah, we want to use y. So here you have the axis values, so that way you can know what is y, what is x, and what is z as the 3D axis. So here we need to change y to make it jump, not z. I'm used to z being up. That's the case in some software. Okay, so that worked. We jumped, but we're not going back down because there is, I think there is no gravity. Yeah, okay. So let's add gravity. Okay. Motion mode grounded. Can we have gravity, please? That's okay. The character, I do not use a character body 3D. I use rigid body most of the time. And here you have a gravity value with a constant force. So I think we just have to add the gravity ourselves. So by default, the velocity should not be 10. By default, the velocity should be the gravity value. So let's create a gravity value. Okay. Yep. Velocity y should be minus gravity. No, let's do that. Okay. And then if we jump, we just add the jump jump force. Let's make that like 100. And let's see how it goes. Okay. Can we have a bigger window? Why is the window so small? Yeah, that's better. Okay. That's really bad. What's going on? What? I want an impulsion. Oh no. Why do we have to do that by hand? Like, this was not working like that before. Before I think we add some gravity settings here. Oh. Yeah, no, I don't like that because I'm used to you like okay, honestly, we can have rigid body 3D in Godot and they work really well. So maybe I'm just not going to use the character body. Maybe it's not a good idea because usually I use that, okay, and they are really good. So you can have a sphere here. You can create a collision shape from it, like that, and what? Boom. And you can have a sphere here, and then it just works now. Like it's just an object in the game that you can interact with. That you're supposed to be interacting with. Okay, I think I don't like the character body. I'm not used to it, so I still find it amazing. I'm going to do a little exercise on the side. I'll watch it at the same time. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's change that character to change type. Please change. Oh. Yeah, okay, change type, and we're just going to use a rigid body. Okay. And that way I can just have a gravity value always working. And now, wait, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to use those functions. Yeah, no, they don't have this. You know what? That means that I need to learn how to make a jump in using a character body. Yep. Let's learn. Character body 3D is a specialized class for physics bodies that are meant to be user controlled. They are not affected by physics at all, but they affect other physics bodies in their path. They are mainly used to provide high-level API to move objects with wall and slope detection. Okay, this makes it useful for highly configurable physics bodies that must move in specific ways and collide with the world. So yeah, they are not affected by physics. For game objects that don't require complex movement or collision detection. Okay. Okay. So then how do I make that jump? Hmm. This should work like this. I'm not sure why this is not working, to be honest. Oh, you know what? This might be because... Let's see what's the default gravity is. (9.8). Yeah, that's something similar to what I have here. Yep, okay. 9.8. Cool. This should work. Because I'm applying... Oh, that's so strange. Oh, wait. I'm velocity y equals gravity? No, it should be minus equal gravity. Okay, that's... Okay, that's... Whoa. Okay, wait. Wait. Minus equal gravity. No, gravity plus equal, because gravity is negative here. That's going to work. Yes. Okay, it's working. The jump is really strange. Yeah, we need to change how that works a bit. We need to change the gravity scale. So let's add a gravity scale value here. And let's multiply the gravity by the gravity scale. Cool. That's a big jump. Let's change the value of the jump force. No, that's way too slow. Way too low, sorry. Okay, that's what's so frustrating about making a code like that. This, like, it was just missing a plus before the equal. I was not incrementing, I was changing the value instead of incrementing, and that was making everything not work. That's a bit frustrating. So the logic was good, but execution was bad. Okay, now I can jump. If we think this is still a bit too quick, too fast, we can change this by changing the gravity scale. But when we change the gravity scale, we need to update the jump force. So maybe what we do is multiply that by the jump force, by the gravity scale, or divide it so that it's taken into account. Well, no, that was not a good calculation. It's just not going back down. Why? What's happening here? What? Okay, why is the jump so fast? And then the fallback so slow. It's supposed to be the same speed. Hmm. The gravity is an acceleration. So I think I need to multiply that by delta. Why is it so slow? Okay, what did I change? Because it was not doing that before. I must have changed something. Before it was working well. Right now it's moving really slow when it's going down and really fast when it's going up. Oh wait, I need to keep the same velocity y. Okay, wait. Yes! Yes, we have a believable jump. Like, this is a moon jump at this point, but this is working finally. Cool. We made it. We created that. Okay, we still have to check if it's frame dependent, because sometimes the calculation is not obvious if it's if it's dependent or not on the frame rate. I just want to be safe to check that. So we can change the frame rate pretty easily. We just have to make engine FPS max FPS equals, let's choose 10 and see if it gives a similar result. Okay, so that's expected frame rate. Yes, it's a similar result. That's so cool. We finally have the jump. Okay, the jump is too high. We can change that. Jump force, we can reduce it. Let's use 3 for instance. That's a really small jump. Let's do 6. That's too high, so let's do 5. And you know what? We are not using the gravity scale here. Can remove that. Yeah, this should work. It's a bit slow to go back down. Yeah, I don't like how slow it is to go back down. So yeah, let's go back. Let's add the gravity scale. This times we double the gravity value. Okay, let's try 3. Yeah, that's better. I like it a bit more. I think even 5 will be good. Yep. That's pretty good. Even a bit too fast. Cool. So now we have jump. Let's save. Let's see. New velocity. Y. That's a bit of yeah. Not sure like how I made it work, but I'm going to keep it like that. Okay. So we have to save. We don't want to lose that, so let's add this to the commit and commit the jump mechanic. Okay, so we can jump now. Next. Yeah, just being able to interact with physics stuff. Hey, hi, iRad Dev. Oh, there's also Canal the Games in YouTube. Yeah, you posted a message 10 minutes ago. I don't know if you're still there, but hi, I did not see you. Quick game jam. Yes, the game jam is the shorter the better. So I did not stream for a while. I think last stream was last year. So I'm back streaming because I joined this game jam. The shorter the better. The goal of the game jam is to make a game that is no longer than 5 minutes. If it's shorter, it's better, and the game must tell a story. So those are a bit tricky to mix, telling a story in 5 minutes or less, and the theme is supernatural. My idea for this game jam, so I've been thinking about the game jam for a while. It started 2 days ago or 3 days ago. I did not have any idea. I have an idea now. We're going to make out of body experience. We are going to create an out of body experience. So right now we are working on a FPS controller. So that's the first step, and it's working pretty well. We have the view, we have the movement, we just made the jumping. So yeah, that's a pretty good base. And then the out of the body experience will be to quit this first person view and see your character from the outside, and you are not going to be controlling your character anymore. So that's the idea for the game. And we're just starting today. This is just setting things up and talking about it, and yeah. So that's the idea. Okay, so now I want to make, so yeah, we've been streaming for like 2 hours, and we made that all you can see from scratch. So it's just a little script to make all of that work. Okay, you could get some assets from the asset library that do that kind of stuff, but I want to control everything because I want to be able to change the perspective from first person to third person. Yeah, I want the physics object to work. Let's try to make that work. So here I have a rigid body, and this is supposed to be interactable. Collision. So right now it does collide, but it's supposed to move. It's supposed to be able to move rigid body objects. And right now it's oh wait, it is moving. Maybe it's just way too. Wait. Maybe it's just way too big. Let's see. Maybe we just need to reduce the mass. 1 kilo should not be that heavy. Let's see. In Godot 3 they add an infinite inertia flag. I was so sad when they removed it. Yeah, right now I can interact with it, but not with move and slide. If I jump on it, the physics work, but not if I try to push it. So I guess you will have to I guess you will have to create collisions and apply forces and stuff like that. I think the new workflow is to use integrate forces. Oh no, I'm not doing that. No, you will need to get the collisions from the physics object you are touching and apply a force from the player. Modifies velocity for slide collision occurred. To get the latest collision, call get last slide collision. For more detailed information about collision that occurred, use get slide collision. Okay. Get last slide collision. Okay. So you have move and slide. We could check the signal and just apply a force. Okay, let's try to do that. So we are going to go into our character, check the signals we have. Collision object tree doesn't have collision detections. That's unfortunate. Let's see what we have. Let's see what functions we have. We don't have any signal. We have get slide collision and get slide collision count. So what we would need is to get all the collisions from get slide collision count, then get the collision one by one, and then apply a force to each rigid body 3D. So let's try to do that. This is going to be inside the physics process. We create a new function, apply forces to colliders. I guess we can We can change function names later on, see if we want. Apply forces to colliders. So we might need the delta. I don't know yet from the physics process. Let's keep it here. So for collision ID in get collision IDs, get slide collision, get slide collision count, and this needs to be a range. So range get slide collision count. Okay, we're pretty good. This is an issue here. Okay. And now we can use the get slide collision function with the collision ID here. I don't know at all what this is going to give us. So let's just print that, you know, to know what it's giving back. It gives back kinematic collision. What is that? What is a kinematic collision tree? Can we try to interact with the ball to see what kind of collision we get? This is the same kind of collision. Okay. So this is creating a kinematic collision 3D object. Let's see what this is. The kinematic collision 3D. This is an object that could give us the collider shape. We're just going to get the collider first and see what it is. You know what? Let's create a new object. Collision. Get collider. Oh, wait. We need a collision index? Interesting. So we could have multiple collisions for one collision kinematic collision 3D. Get collider collision index. Return the colliding body of attached object given a collision index. The deepest collision by default. You know what? Let's ignore the collision and index stuff first. I use often for e in any integer instead of using range any integer. Do you use range for performance or for readability? For I in any integer? What? I don't. Maybe it was not possible to do what you're saying before. Because I always do. Can we do that now? I don't know. I always did that. So maybe this is something that you can do now that I was not aware of. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know you were able to do that. Maybe it was not possible before. Like I've been using Godot since Godot 2, so so yeah. I have some code habits that are from really far ago. Good to know. Thank you for sharing. I guess might still use range just by habit, but this seems to be better. Okay. Okay. So we get the collider. Now we can know if it's static body or rigid body, right? Yes. We can differentiate from static body and rigid bodies. So now we can just single out the rigid body. So if collision get collider is a rigid body, 3D, then we can apply a force. So get collider. You know what? Let's just create a new variable that we don't have to use the get function in every time. Okay, so the collider is going to have a force applied to it. What, an impulse? Yep, an impulse would be better. The impulse will be so it should be from the character to the object. From the character to the object. The best will be to use. Do we have the point from where it's happening? The collision point? I'm sure we have that information. Collision shape, collide. Oh, get collider velocity. That could help a lot. Get normal. Oh yeah, get. Oh yeah, we have everything. The position, the normal. That's perfect. Let's just use that. We take the normal. That's going to be our direction for the force. We take the position. That's the position where we create the impulse. And then we have the collider velocity. We add that to, like, we transform that with using the character velocity. We do some math on this, and we should be able to get something out of of that. Let's be crazy. Let's try to make that work. So we need to collider. So the collider is a rigid body 3D. We know that. The collision, get normal. That's cool. We can get the position of the collision. So that one we can use directly inside this one. This is the position of the impulse. Okay. The impulse, when you hit something, the impulse happens at the impact point. Now we need the velocity. Okay. And we need to project that onto the normal. I'm not sure the project function works as I think it does, but we're going to try to do that anyways. Collider velocity projected. Okay. Then we have the projected. We have the character velocity. You could use the collider velocity to push back on the player as well if it's moving. We could try. Let's focus on the objects right now. But yeah, we could try. Okay, project. Yeah. Overscope. No, that's good. I like suggestions, but this will not happen in my game because the idea for my game is I want it to happen inside of just apartment, like really a small apartment, where you just move around and look at stuff. maybe there's some physics object in the room. You can push chairs and stuff like that. But it's not, you're not going to have a wall fall on you or stuff like that, you know? So, yeah. Yeah, the project function, I'm not sure it works as I think. If it does, what we're going to do is going to work, but if it doesn't, we'll need some adjusting. Okay, let's see if that makes sense. So if they, wait. If they have the same velocity, it shouldn't do anything. So that's technically that works. If they have the same velocity, it does nothing. If the character has a greater velocity, it should add an impulse. But I think it's not the right direction. If the character is not moving, then it will create wait. Let's just try that. Let's just try that and see what it does. But wouldn't you push based on the player velocity instead of the collider velocity? You need to know the collider velocity, because if it goes towards you, it should bounce back. So if you are running towards the collider and the collider is going towards you and you don't move and there's a collision, it should be really fast because it's going towards you, you know? But if the collider, wait, I need a full camera here. What could we use as here? That's the collider, okay? If I'm here, if I'm running towards the collider and the collider is moving and there's an impact here, I don't want the velocity of the player to add more velocity because they have the same, so it shouldn't do anything. So that's why we are subtracting. And if you don't move and it's going towards you, it should bounce. So you need to take into account the object's velocity. Okay, so let's try it. Okay, there's two possible scenarios here. First scenario, it works perfectly first try, okay? That's the best scenario. Second scenario, it doesn't work at all, but it also creates a really, really funny result where everything is broken. And the third possible scenario, it just doesn't work, but it's boring. It's boring. So either it succeeds or fails, but fails with. I hope it will really fail. You know. Let's try it. Okay, no, it's the boring one. It's the boring one. Oh no! No, it's not the boring one. It worked. It's the crazy one. It started as the boring one, but it became the funny one. Okay, so the move and slide doesn't. Whoa! Wait, why did the character move? Oh, that's funny. Why did the character move? It. Okay, so I think the direction it's not it's not the right direction. I think that's the issue. Let's try again. Okay. Interesting. Wait, come. Okay. That's going to be quite like not funny really fast, so we need to create some bounds. So let's add a CSG mesh. Okay, let's make it really big. Let's duplicate this one. Cool. Let's try again. Wait, I need to use collision. Okay. Let's try again. Hmm. Okay. It's gone. It's gone. Oh no. We need more balls. We need more balls into the game. Okay, I think there are multiple issues with my theories. So first, the character is already a physics object from the ball perspective, so it will bounce by default, which should not account for that. Do you need a physics matter for the ball? No, it's not really important. It has a default one already. Yeah, it should work out of the box. Okay, if I push here, nothing is happening. So that's bad. That's the first thing that is bad. So you know what? Let's print if it's supposed to do something. Let's print it. Yep, there should be a collision. There should be something happening here, and there's nothing happening here. So impulse value. Let's try some values. The impulse should be a vector, so let's just use the normal vector and see what's happening if we do that. Okay. So the normal, we need to select the like the opposite of the normal. Right? Huh. Why is the character moving? Why is the character moving sometimes? That's strange. Okay, so that kind of works as we might want. Why are you getting stuck? Stop getting stuck. Yes, sometimes, yeah, it kind of work as we might expect. Because we are just applying a force following the normal of the collision. But why is the character flying around like that? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not applying any force to the character. There's only one collision, so it's not even an issue of compounding collisions. Hmm. Wait. Wait. I think the physics push. I think the physics push bodies out of each other no matter the code. Then the force get out of hand. Yeah, but there's no force on the character. The character is not being affected by any force. The character should not be affected by any force. So that means that it's not a force from the force system in Godot. It's like a strategy to prevent going inside the ball. You know. That's quite. Wait. No, yeah, no, it's strange. That's strange. Hmm. You know what? Let's try go back only one. Let's try to apply a texture on the ball. Can I have a test? Can I have a texture to test easily? They should have a placeholder texture with a grid. Yeah, noise. Yeah, but it's not pretty. Hmm. So I think okay. I think I understand. It's the issue is not about the force. It's about the speed, the rotation speed. I think. Yep. Okay. The issue is the rotation speed. The normal is not what I expect. Normal should not do that. Normal should be normal to the surface. For some reason, it's not at all. That's strange. For some reason, the normal is not normal to the surface. Let's see. Returns the colliding body's shape normal at the point of collision, given a collision index. Okay. Huh. Yeah, so if we apply at the position using the normal, the impulse should not create any rotation. What if you just apply central impulse instead of a position one? That might, okay. That might help debugging, but I don't want to use that long term. But that might help with the debugging. But I want to be able to push like a sphere by going on the side, and it's just create a rotation, you know? Not sure if that will prevent. Yeah, that will prevent the spin, of course, because you apply a central impulse instead of something on the edge. So that will prevent the spin. Oh, whoa! It expects only one argument. Yeah, because we don't need the position anymore. Of course. Of course. Okay, let's try again. Wait. Is the spin... The spin is not caused by me pushing. The spin here is caused by the ground, right? Yeah, it's just rolling on the ground. Yep, okay. At least that works. Wait, I I created a shape to be able to experiment, and the shape is not working. So we are changing the shape because right now I cannot use this. So new shape attempt. What, you know what? We are going to use a CSG cylinder. Make it really high. Make it really, yep, like that. And use as a cone, like that. Turn it, subtract it. That way we'll be able to test a bit easily. Easier? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, it shouldn't go out. It shouldn't be stuck anymore. Let's try it. Cool. Yeah, so right now we create a central impulse, so it works. Issue is it's not based on the player's force. So if we just go really slowly, it will create the same. Yep. Yeah, and the player reacts. The player reacts to the rotating force. That's the issue. That's why it goes flying. The rotating force of the ball. So, can we prevent that? Collision layers that will be included for detecting floor bodies that will act as moving platforms to be followed by the character body 3D. By default, all floor bodies are detected and propagate their velocity. Okay. And this one. Let's remove this from the character. Let's remove layer 2 and put that on the layer 2. Wait, will this? No, this will not work. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait. Wait. What? Okay. That just fixes everything. We don't have to code anything. We just have to say that it's not floor. This ball is not part of the floor, so now it interacts with it as a just a physics object. That's so funny. We were on the good track, you know. We were doing well. We're creating the thing. We're not that far off having something working, but we do not have to do that at all. So why would we do that? Oh my god, now I know why I had that many issues in the past. Yeah, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. Oh wait, we don't have musics anymore, right? Let's put some music again. Ah. It's funny because the debugging was interesting. Like, let's put a texture to see if there are some spinning on the ball. and then just wait. The spinning is what's moving the player. The player shouldn't be moved at all. So now it's obvious the player shouldn't be moved at all, but it should be moved if it's on a platform that is moving, you know? So now we understand. And now, you know what? Let's put a bunch of rigid body to see how that works and to have some fun. Into our giant cone deep cone hole. Okay, let's go. Wait. They do not collide with each other. I need to change the mask. I need to change the mask. Can we? Yes, okay. So the collision, yeah, they should also collide with the layer 2. Best arena ever. Yes, okay, now they collide with each other. Wait, we need way more balls than this here. Okay, let's go. Oh wait. So I'm not supposed to be impacted by any of the physics. Can I jump on them? Can I? No, they just move. Yeah. Okay, that's really cool. We need more. We need more. We need the Kylo Ren meme. More. Okay. Bouncy? Oh no, that could become a bit dangerous if we make them bouncy. But we could try. We could try. Okay. Wait, where are they? Whoa. Okay, that's becoming to be interesting. Oh, that's so cool. Godot is so cool. Like, I started less than 3 hours ago, and I have a really funny thing already. Okay. Game done? Yeah, that's... Okay, that's honestly more fun than a good part of the submission will be, because sometimes just doing random stuff in games is pretty funny. And sometimes honestly we overthink games way too much. Like, sometimes games should just be fun stuff, and we really try to do something when we just can make like funny environment to play in. Messing with physics is always fun. Yeah. Okay, let's change the property of the balls to make them bouncy. I find it really funny that we started making a function with detecting all the colliders, detecting the contact point, creating a projection onto the normal. We don't have to do any of that. Okay, I made bounce 1. Like the maximum value of bounce. If false, the physics engine will use the lowest friction of the... okay. I'm a bit scared about things going everywhere. So what we're going to do... You know what? We're going to make stupid stuff seriously, you know? This box here, we're going to make it really, really high. Okay. And wait. Yeah. And then our... Wait. No, that's not a good idea. What I should do is duplicate this existing one. Yeah, okay. That way I can make this one not a cone anymore. Cool. Okay. Let's try. Oh no, they are leaving, they are leaving. No, they are leaving. Okay, let's try again. Okay, they are calming, getting calmer. Let's move now. Okay, it's not as bouncy as I would have expected. But you know what? They are really, really light. Okay, let's make them really, really massive. Okay, that's going to be insane. Okay, there's one, wait. This one was so high. Okay. Let's move now. No, yeah, well, yeah. They are not going that high. But we can jump. You know what? That means that we need more balls. That's the only meaning. No, okay. Okay, that works. That works. What's funny is in the final game, I will not have that many physics objects. It will be like a chair, and or maybe everything is a physics object and you can just destroy your room. That could be something. Someone is having a lot of fun. Yeah, that's fun. I'm going to add even more balls. Okay, the engine is really, really good. Like it's not slowing down. I have a lot of physics objects right now. I cannot see anything anymore. yeah, the engine is really good. Like this is still like look at all look at all the physics objects, and things are working really well. That's so cool. Okay, let's get back to serious business. We're going to remove all the balls. Goodbye, little 575 balls. That's a lot. Okay. We're going to keep the cone to test stuff. Oh yeah, okay, the ball is really bouncy. Wait, is the ball getting higher and higher every time? I think the ball is getting higher. Yes, the ball is getting higher each time. That's way too bouncy. Okay, let's make it a bit less bouncy. Okay. So physics objects are working. And yeah, you're right. This is something I had issues with in the past. So that's really cool to know what the issue was. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that's something that should be added to the documentation because it's not that obvious. Collision layers that will be included for detecting floor bodies that will act as moving platforms. Yeah, by default, everything is a floor layer. I think we should add something into the documentation, like, or maybe in the tutorials to make that obvious. Or maybe I missed it, but I'm not sure. You know what? Let's remove all the function we created. We were getting there. Like we had the beginning of something. Okay, let's save, let's commit that. Last commit was jump. This one will be collisions. No, physics objects. Rigid body. Collisions. Okay. We might, I want to try to make a rigid body, but for a cube, to see if it would work for like a chair. Yeah, exactly. If you make a chair, will this method pivot over? Yeah, let's try that. So let's duplicate this mesh. And instead of using a static body, we're going to use a rigid body. So let's move that here. Let's move that there. Let's change the type of this thing. Let's make it a rigid body. What do they when used for collision, concave body is intended to work with static collision, not like static. It will likely not behave well for rigid body 3D. Okay. Okay. What? Will that work? Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. So we have a static body. No, this is now a rigid body. Let's add just a different texture so that we can differentiate it. Okay. Cool. Okay. So right now it will not move because it's a floor right now. So let's make it not a floor. Okay. Oh, that's exactly. Okay. Oh, that's exactly what I expect. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no. This will not work for me to be able to jump on it. Oh, no. I need to be able to jump on the chair. Okay, so you know what? You know what? I think... Oh, wait. I think I have an idea. I think we can remove the collision layer when we collide with it. We could remove the collision layer, and we can, when we jump on it, we add the collision layer that it becomes floor when I'm on top of it. Maybe that would work. I like how it goes into the floor and as if it was like liquid, like the floor is lava for this cube. Okay, let's try that. Let's try to change the collision layer dynamically. Okay, so let's back. We need our function back. Okay, sorry function, we were being mean with you. You had a purpose. We did not appreciate you as we should have. So this is not apply forces to collider. This is remove undo collision. You know what? Let's call it handle chair for now. we'll choose a better one. You could make it a feature of the GameJam. It's an iceberg. No, I want to be able to go on top of like a chair, you know, like it's a chair. You're supposed to, to be able to go on top of the chair. Okay, so if there's a collision with this rigid body, but this collision only happens when we use the slide, so this should not happen. When there's a slide collision, we should remove the layer. But how do we put the layer back after that? Huh. The jam is about a story. The story could be about a guy who can't sit on chairs. No. We could use a raycast. Wait, we just use a raycast, and if it's, that's perfect. If it's colliding, we just add the layer, and when it stops colliding, we just remove the layer. Okay, that's really easier. We don't need the function anymore. Okay, so the raycast, I think the character already have a raycast by default, but this is for detecting flaw. But right now we have to change it to be a flaw. So what if you just stop the gravity on rigid bodies? This is not, okay, no, this is not the gravity happening when I jump on them. It's when I jump on them and they go into the floor, it's because the character will not have any, like, will just continue his trajectory. Like the movement will just continue without caring about the rigid body, and the rigid body will have to collide with the character, but will not apply any forces back to the character. Oh, you stop the gravity of the player. No, because you cannot jump anymore. Because the character doesn't know it's inside the floor, it's on the floor anymore. So you will not be able to jump, or you will have to test if your if the raycast is working. So you're recreating the floor mechanic. So no, that's not the way it works. And you could have the issue where the object is just moving. No. Let's just try that. Let's just add to add a raycast. We put it here. It's, yeah, I think it's good. Okay, then my raycast, I can just use the signal. Let's call that floor raycast. Wait, the raycast doesn't have any signals? Okay. Okay, get collider. Okay. So we might do that in the physics process. So let's access as unique name. Let's try to see if there's a collider is colliding. Only area 3D have signals. Yeah, that's a bit strange. So if the but maybe if they don't want the signal, no, that's, you can understand, because if the signal is fired not during the physics process, it could break stuff, right? I don't know. Like this, you could not have the signal. Could you have the signal firing during the physics process? I don't think so. So the raycast is colliding, then you can just check the collider. If let's name the collider. Get collider. If the collider is a rigid body 3D, and we could also check if the collider has the layer 2 collision layer. Wait, how do you check that? I don't remember. get collision layer. Yeah, but it's a mask. Okay, end collider. Get collision layer. Yeah, I don't remember how to handle bitmask anymore. It's like Can I just copy this value and check if it's equal? The copy value just doesn't work, like never. I can never copy a value here and paste it here. Maybe it's just okay, yeah, it's just to paste it here. But I want to be able to copy a value here and paste it in my code. Equals. I don't remember how. Like, you need to check if, like, when you make a bitwise OR or something, you have the same value. Okay, I need a refresher on that. The bitwise functions. Bit field extract. What's that? Bitwise operator. Okay, we have all the bitwise operator here. Nice. So from the documentation, performs the bitwise AND operation. Useful for retrieving binary flags from a variable. Exactly. Check if the first or second bits are enabled. Wait, they are in reverse? Oh no. Okay, let's try. Okay, so maybe they are not in reverse. Where is it? I guess they should be in reverse. Or maybe it's not colliding with the rigid body? Maybe I need to wait. Maybe this should. Yeah, the collision mask is not enabled here. But that's so stupid. Wait, I can just select this? Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, I'm really stupid. Like like okay, the first time when it was the physics thing, that was Godot's fault for not being obvious. This time I'm just stupid. Like, this is me overthinking stuff. Okay, yes, it fired, so that works. Okay, so now that we have the collider, we can just change. So now we made, but then we don't know when we leave the collider. That's an issue. Oh no. Okay. We need to... What if you use an area 3D with rigid bodies entering and leaving? Yeah, okay. But that's getting more and more intricate for just a small feature. But let's do it. Let's do this. Entering and exiting will be way more easy to track with the area. You're right. Collision shape 3D. Let's make it a cylinder. Okay. Okay, the area will only be on the second layer. Okay, and then it's monitoring. It should be... Okay, and now we can use the signals. So area entered and area exit. Body entered. Okay, body entered and body exit. Okay, so let's check if it's a rigid body. Okay, and then we just enable the first layer. Oh, layer number and value. Oh, that's cool. Wait, is value wait. Okay, it's value 1, okay. I think you need to set it as deferred. Why? Just finished my session. It was funny watching you play with balloon while doing it. I'll leave for now. Hope you're streaming again soon. Thanks for passing by, RedJK. Yeah, I might be streaming during this game jam. If Godot doesn't complain, maybe not. Okay, and we set it to fall. Yes, okay, let's try it. I want to know if the collision worked. So let's print something. Oh, okay. Okay. I know exactly what's happening. We need to change the mask, I guess. I never know if we need to change the layer or the mask. Yes! Oh, I think it's working. Wait, it's working really well. Okay, the effect on the edge is a bit too much. But it's a bit funnier too, because it's as if you were falling off the chair, you know? What's going on? Okay, sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not working. To be sure there will not be too many crazy stuff, I think we just need to make the area 3D bigger than the radius of the character. That's it. Let's try it. Yep. Oh, okay. Okay, that's strange. What? Okay, that's really strange. This is not supposed to be happening. Oh, oh, what? Wait. We just make it a static body for just that time. Like the rigid body can have a way to deactivate. Make static. Yes. Okay, let's do that. Body disable mode equals make static. And do we need to do anything to disable it? I don't know. Let's try. Okay, the ball is not working. Is this working? There are some strange issues when going out of it. Wait, I missed what you said. The mask should be set on 2 areas in the data. This is so brilliant. I was expecting a lot of pain. Nice solutions, love them. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, it's kind of working. I think the disable mode, I'm not disabling it by changing the disable mode, right? Yeah. How do I deactivate this? Oh, deactivation. Wait. So body disable. How do you use disable? You disable the colliders? Oh no, but it's like, but this makes no sense at all. Because if you disable the collider, why would that make it static? You know? Let's just freeze it. Freeze. Yeah. Freeze also looked promising. Yeah. Let's just freeze. Let's try again. Oh. Wait. I have a soundboard. I set up a soundboard. Do we have a success sound? Did it work? I never used the soundboard. Okay, cool. It absolutely worked. And you know what? What we can do is just use the... It did work? Oh, cool. What we can do is just use the third layer if we don't want this to happen. Because for a ball, I'm not expecting the player to be able to jump on a ball, you know? So I think we could just use one of the layers. For instance, the third one. We could make it so that when it's on the third one, but then everything needs to be able to react to the third mask. So let's do that. Okay, when it's on the third one, but yeah, the player should not use that as a floor, and yeah, yoga ball layer. Yeah, no, but that way the ball will just, you'll never be able to go on top of the ball, and that's cool. That's expected, you know, with a lot of little objects or stuff like that. That's perfect. So that's the expected behavior for this one. But now the cube actually work as a cube. You know what? We could make a physics-based game right now, like puzzles where you move, you have to move cubes. Well, maybe not right now, but we technically could one day make a puzzle. No. Okay, let's ignore that. Okay. Okay, this part works. That's cool. You can push it. Why is this not working at all? So we need to freeze the object if it's... I'm not even sure what this is. What this is what's going on here. We are pushing a rigid body. We are not reacting to the rigid body. At this point, the player should just be a rigid body, you know? Because right now it's causing a lot of issues for the player to be like the infinite mass thing. Yeah, I think next time I might experiment with making not using a character body 3D. I don't know where I will begin, where I will start to fix something like that, like this bug. And this bug will happen because you will be in an apartment, so you can just push the chair against the walls. So this is a speedrun strat where you stop the. Oh wait, you can technically push this and then jump on it, and then it will completely stop it. Anyways, we don't care about those. This one is a bit. Yeah, this one is bad. And I don't know how to fix it. I don't want the chair to just leave the room, you know? What will be the possible fix for that? Okay, you know what? Let's save that. Rigid body collisions part 2. Okay, and let's try to have the character as a rigid body instead. I'm just curious at this point. It's going to change a lot of stuff. Yeah, we need to change all of that. Okay, let's just try that. I fell. I did not fix any axes. So when I applied a force, the character just fell to the ground. That's the funniest thing. I'm just laying on the ground right now. Okay, Oh, that's so funny. Falling. Honestly, I need to put that in the game. Just falling onto the ground at some point. Okay, that's so funny. Okay, we need to prevent the character from being able to rotate around those axes. So axis lock, all the angular. Okay, let's get back to it. Trying to move. Do rigid bodies 3D have a character mode? Or 2D is there? No. You don't have a character mode. I don't think so. Okay, I cannot move. So logical thing to do will be to try to debug stuff. What we are going to do is just multiply the velocity by 10,000 to see if that fixes things. Yes, so okay, the velocity was just way too slow, too low. So what we're going to do is increase the max speed and try again. Do you need to multiply by delta? We'll try to see. Oh. What's going on here? Wait. Okay. Okay, it's working, but it's like I'm on ice right now. I might need to multiply by delta because I'm not using move and slide anymore. But we really need to be cautious about that. A force is time dependent and meant to be applied every physics update. Yes, so velocity. Yep, okay, let's try that. No, I'm not doing it. I'm moving toward a new velocity using the delta, but the velocity itself is applied each frame. So we need to multiply it by delta. The acceleration is frame independent, but I'm not sure the force, the applied force is. But wait, do we need acceleration? We don't need acceleration anymore. Because we are using a... Yeah, no, we don't need... Yeah, what I'm doing is... No. Okay, wait. Okay, we don't need all of this anymore. Because we are not working with... we're working with a physics object, so the force is applied. Okay, let's try that. What's going on? Okay, it's, oh, yeah, 100 is way too fast. Okay. Okay, we need some damping. Or maybe we need to change the character weight. Why is this happening? Why? Like, it's so sensitive. Oh, seriously? That's the difference between 3 kilo and 1 kilo? That's nonsense. Okay. The character is way too... Like, it can accelerate. It needs to have more inertia. Let's make it really heavy and increase the force. Yep, okay, that's it. And we need a linear... I think this way it will keep accelerating each frame. Is there a way to apply an impulse based on the rigid body physics velocity? No, you can just add a damp here. Linear damp. And this way it will prevent it from accelerating forever. It will prevent, like, reduce the acceleration, the velocity. It will... Yeah, it will... As if it was moving in something that was... like in water or something like that. Okay, okay. We did it. We are now using character that is a rigid body. So we have a lot of issues to fix. This is not feeling as good as the previous one. The question is, does it fix our issue? Let's try it out. Does it fix it? Wait. I need to learn them. I need to learn them and use them. What's this one? Okay, no, this one will trip people. Yeah, that's really bad. Why is it doing that? Is Godot's physics completely broken? Like, we have two rigid body, I apply force on one of them. Wait, maybe I need to reduce the mass, but then I'm just way too fast. I don't even move. Okay. Okay, it's a bit better. Maybe it's just a mass thing. Wait. Maybe it's just a mass thing. Maybe if this one is really like massive. Oh no. Please. Okay, that might work. Let's reduce a bit our speed. Like honestly, that's a pretty frequent use case, right? Like you are moving something against a static body. Like I would not expect Godot to work that bad. Is there some extra check to prevent penetration for rigid body? Yeah, let's see. Oh. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, it felt like the right thing to change for that to work. Wait, I still have the bounce enabled. Maybe it's just because it's supposed to be bouncing. No. Oh no. It made sense. Like I was like, oh, yeah, of course. It's supposed to be bouncing, so. Okay. So if true, subtract the bounciness. No. Yeah, why not? Friction, maximum friction. Sleeping, it's not sleeping. Can sleep, yes. Lock rotation. Only apply to linear movement. No, I don't want to lock rotation. Freeze, no. The thing is, if we freeze, it will just not move anymore. Like ever. So it's not really the... Freeze kinematic. Kinematic body, freeze mode. Similar to freeze mode static, but collides with other bodies along its path when moved. Okay. Isn't this... The collision shape is a... No, no. The collision shape is... a sphere? Okay, wait. I'm not selecting the right rigid body? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, this one doesn't have any physical material. Okay. Yeah, okay, this one doesn't have any... Okay. That's strange. Hmm. I would expect that to just stop, you know? Like you push a physical object against a wall, it just doesn't go through the wall. Like that would be my expectation. Like this is not normal behavior at all. This is crazy. Is this happening with the ball? Wait. Why is this one so hard to move? Okay. Oh. Okay, that's really stupid. Like that's so stupid. Can you guess what happened? That's really stupid. But that works now. But that's stupid. Okay, we need to bring back jumping. Be able to test that. Did you fix it? Yes. Yes, it's look, the blue cube. Wait, we need to make the the blue. Where is it? Look. I'm pushing. And it's just working as expected. So can you guess what was the stupid reason? Okay, the reason was I used, okay, here I selected the mesh instance here that is using a cube, okay, a box mesh. I made mesh, create collision shape, convex, create, and it created a collision shape here. So it was using a convex polygon shape 3D. And if I create a cube, but this time instead of using the mesh to create a convex collision shape, I just create a new collision shape and select the box shape 3D. Then it just works. So yeah, I'm again I'm stupid, but like not that stupid because I kind of found the solution. So yeah, that's cool. So now I have a bad cube And this one is using a really bad collision detection algorithm, I guess, because it has to use to handle collision of a custom shape. But this one is just a cube, and it might be using another algorithm, I guess, internally. It's perfect, like perfect. Like not just a little, like just completely perfect. Like look at this. Even the friction with the side and all. So yeah. Okay, so the new tip we learn here: use really simple collision shapes when possible. We need to try the jump though. We made all of that just for the jump. We need to try the jump. So for the jump to work, we actually need to create our own detection of the floor. So we can use our area 3D from earlier. This time we need all the layers to be activated because we need to detect everything. And then if we detect anything, then that means that we are on the floor. So on floor, by default it will be false. If there's a body entered, oh, we need a list of all the bodies, floor bodies. That way we can add the body to the floor bodies. Okay. If floor body is empty, on floor equals false. Yeah, on floor equals, you know what? On floor is going to be a value that we can just get like that, and it will return not floor body is empty. Hey, Cheese! What's up, Cheese? Not sure if you can just get the bodies in area count. Can you do that? Interesting. Let's see. I'm not sure. I thought you could only get the list and then get the count from that. Oh, maybe. But I don't have any way to get all the bodies. Overlaps body? Yeah, I know. It's testing if it's overlapping. Oh, get overlapping bodies. As overlapping bodies. Oh, that's the perfect one. Cool. Okay, that's the perfect one. So has overlapping bodies. So then I don't need all the signals anymore. And now I can just disconnect those signals here. So I can just return if it has any overlapping body, that means that it's on the floor. Cool. But this area is not the right shape, I guess, because I really want to be on the floor, you know? And I don't want the character to be taken into account here. So how do we do that? We can create an exception, I guess. No? I don't think so. So yeah, it will have the character, but maybe yep. So get overlapping bodies, and then size. Right? Will that work? Size. Yep, okay. And if the size is 1, it's the player, and we're good. Okay. So if the number of bodies is greater than 1, it means that we're on the floor. Cheese! We are working on a GameJam game. Can I just print the value? Oh no! Oh no, this is the... Oh no. This is a breaking thing. When I don't know how to describe it. When I try to use this character, my computer, like, it will try to use it as an accent on... It will just soft lock my everything. I cannot do anything anymore. Cool. I really need to report that. Is that a window manager thing? I don't know what it is, but you know, like okay, when you have a text here, let me zoom. You can use accent, you know, like, well, you might not know because you're not like French or stuff like that. But if I want to, I can use this, and then it's waiting for me to enter another letter to add the accent to it, you know? So like that. But in Godot, it just, for some reason, it just breaks everything. I need to report that, but this feels really specific to my OS and stuff like that, and it's hard to explain. So I postponed. Do you want me to try again? Okay. If I try to, like, E, nothing happens. I can do another one. Wait. No, I cannot type anymore. I cannot type anything anymore. I can type another one. But I can just add a lot of those things. Closing the script. Closing the script. Okay. No, doesn't work. No. This doesn't work. At least Godot is quick to start. Okay, let's just add the jump now. Oh yeah, I wanted to print the on floor. Let's call that is on floor. And let's just print it to see if it works. Okay. So true. So yeah, it is on the floor right now. Oh, I cannot jump, so it will never. Okay. I need to actually add the jump. So the jump, if is on floor, then I apply an impulse. Apply impulse. Apply central impulse, and this is just going to be the up vector, and this will be multiplied by the jump force. Important thing, checking if we actually pressed the jump button could help here. So action is action just pressed, UI accept. Doodle jump 3D, yeah. Automatic jump, okay. This is the worst jump I ever saw, but it works. Look, false. So it does check if we are on the floor or not. Let's see. Okay, can we give more force first? You made a GameJam game about Doodle Jump 3D? Oh wait, the linear dump is working, but for the gravity. Can we remove that? We cannot. I don't want linear jump for when I'm falling. What I could do is just, if I'm not on the floor, then I remove the linear jump, which will make sense. So if is on floor, linear jump equals 2, else 0. But then we'll also need to reduce the player being able to control the character in the air, but that's another thing. Physics for character movement? Shake my head? What do you mean, Chiz? There's no more temp. I can just accelerate forever. I need to remove being able to control the character in the air, or at least not that much. Okay, so if you want the entire story, Chiz, we did not want to use physics for character movement. That was not our goal at all. The thing is, we wanted the... Wait! We did all of that? Wait. Now that I think about it, we changed all the character physics and stuff because the pushing the cube against the wall was not working. So maybe we don't need that at all. Okay, wait. I need just for like at this point I need to know. So I'm going to commit this. Let's call that crazy jump. No, let's create a real commit name. Character body is rigid body. Okay. Now let's revert back to our rigid body collision the previous commit. Let's create a branch and let's go to that branch. Okay. Reload from disk. Everything. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, that's moment of truth. Did we waste like 40 minutes? Moments of truth. So let's create a new mesh instance. 3D. Let's create a new rigid. Sorry, my browser crashed. Okay. I was saying we might not need a rigid body for character movement, because maybe I decided to use a rigid body for character movement to try to fix a bug, but I just remembered the bug was not the solution. So I'm reverting back to a character body to see if the bug would be fixed without using a rigid body. That's complicated. No. I read dev. Yeah, I walked into the GameJam by mistake. I thought Doodle Jump could be made in a couple of hours. So it only took me 4 days. The story is about a dude who can't sit on a chair. Oh no. Did you really made a Doodle Jump clone? Or is that just for the joke? I just find general purpose physics engine to be wrong tool for character movement. Need to precisely control the feel of a character movement means I'm constantly fighting the default behavior of the general purpose physics engine. Yeah, that's why we started with a character body. I agree with you completely. We started with a character body. We made a controller and stuff like that, and there was a really bad. I can show you the issue. So we were using our little character here, and then when we pushed the cube, this was the result. So we were like, wait, this is not a good behavior. So my question, so the fix for this was not the rigid body, using a rigid body for the character. The fix for it was changing the cube, because I'm using a convex shape or stuff like that. I'm using a bad shape. Will it fit? Will it work? Let's try it. Oh wait, I need to change the layer it's using. I need to use the second layer. Okay. Okay, moment of truth. No, it's not working. We needed. Okay, so it's, yeah, we actually needed yeah. Yeah, no, it's not working. Okay, so yeah, we actually needed to use. So that's bad and good. It's bad because I would have preferred to use this code that was a bit cleaner. But that's good because we did not waste 40 minutes making transitioning to a rigid body player. So let's get back to the rigid body player now that we see that it's not working. Okay. So git stash, I guess. How do we just remove everything we were doing? I think it's git stash. Right? No, git stash is to keep stuff. Okay. Reload from disk. Okay, it works. Cool. So see, now we are using a physics object. It's really bad right now, but we'll try to fix things. But this one was not working, okay, because it was using a strange stuff. But this one is working perfectly because it's using a proper box collision shape. And we can jump on it by default. Wait, the jump is really bad. I really need to fix that. Yeah, it's really good. Like, imagine this is a chair. Imagine if this is a chair. That's so good. But yeah, the physics stuff is bad. This is just quick prototyping. I should not use a variable like that. I should create proper stuff, but just want to see if it's working as expected. I need to learn Git command line. I still click in VS Code. Yeah, I do both. Like, I don't use VS Code because I think it's pretty bad. But what I do is I both use the command line to make commits and stuff like that. But I also have a visual tool where I can, like, it helps me understand what's going on in the Git repo. So yeah. Yeah, okay, that works like I would expect. Cool, okay. We're getting somewhere. It's a bit too flowy, like the gravity. Maybe we can increase the scale. But then we cannot jump on. Oh wait, it's slowing us down when we walk on the ground. That's bad. Oh no, I don't like it. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of tweaking. Nope. I want to go back down way faster than this. And I'm not supposed to jump that far. Wait, what's going on here? Okay, honestly, that's pretty good. We have a pretty good state for the game right now. I don't like the jump. The jump shouldn't. The jump are really bad. I really don't like it. That's a way of fixing it, but I'm not sure it's a good way. But that does what I want. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, the red one is really not working, but this one is working. Cool. Oh yeah, I did not explain the GameJam or anything to Chiz. There should be a global physics gravity scale in the project setting, unless you prefer to keep the player and the body separated. Yeah, right now it's good. Good thing because my browser crashed back then. Yeah, right. Okay, so the game jam is the shorter the better. I did not answer your question how long it is. It's supposed to be 10 days, but I took like 3 days to find an idea because I want to be able to put the final result of the game jam somewhere inside my current big game project to include it inside it. My current game project is a collection of mini games, so I thought I could be able to include it as one of the mini games. The thing is, they chose the theme supernatural, and it doesn't match what my game is about, what the minigame are about at all. So it will not be a minigame, but I might be able to include it in a game anyway. I got a really good idea where I'm going to make a game about an out of body experience. So you're going to be inside your apartment. At the beginning, you're going to be inside your apartment. It's going to be a small apartment. You'll be able to interact with stuff and stuff like that. And after that point, you'll have an out of body experience, and you'll exit of the first person view. And yeah, and I'll see where it takes us from there. And the requirements are the game should be 5 minutes or less and should tell a story. So that's a lot. But yeah, we have 1 week left to make that. So I think we can make something quite funny for a 5-minute game with this as a starting point. Is that the right sound cue? I'm not sure. Okay, we need to kill the red cube. We need to kill that red cube before leaving tonight. Sorry, red cube. You were really bad. You were not using the right collision shape for us. We need to let you go. Are you sure you want to also delete the children? Godot is really trying to convince me not to kill the red cube, but I have to do it. It caused that so much pain. I'm sorry, red cube, and I am sorry for your children. Yes. Not the children. I normally budget the first 10 to 20% of a game jam to go toward finding, refining an idea before I start actual development. Yeah, that's why I'm not really that. I don't really feel bad about just spending 2 days on thinking about a good idea. So I'm with you. I think we should take the first chunk of the game jam to think about an idea, but it was starting to be a bit too long, you know. Like the third day, you're like, well, I hope I find an idea today because it's been too long. Remember to dedicate at least 1% of that to spawn a lot of bouncing balls. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with the physics engine before. We spawned 500 bouncing balls and it was fun. Man, not more UE slob? What do you mean? Like someone in YouTube chat comes and says, man, not more Unreal Engine slob. And then, ah shit, this is Godot. What do you mean? This is like, how is this slope like this? We are just starting the game. We don't even know what it will look like at the end. Anyways, I think I'm going to stop here for today and I'll stream again tomorrow. I'm going to commit. Jump. Okay. So yeah, thank you very much. First I read Dev because you were really helping, and thank you for Cheese too and everyone who watched. It's funny how it got trendy to say that Unity games are garbage because it was a free engine that beginners could pick up and make stuff with. Yeah, but a lot of people made bad games with it, and Unreal Unity forced them to put their logo at the beginning if it was free. So all the good games they paid, and they were able to remove the logo, so you did not know they were using Unity, and all the free games that were made by people who didn't have the means to make a really good project, they were all using the logo because they were required to. I learned a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, everyone. Cheating on beginners just hurts the future. Yeah, obviously. Thank you for passing by. I'm glad the stream worked well. There was no technical issues or anything like that, even if I did not stream for the past year. I'm glad I'm back for this game jam. I hope we can make something great. And yeah, come back if you want during the week. I'll be streaming for this jam. See you around. Bye.